Hello everyone, I'm Metis Balaska and welcome to the stream. So, today's the day. It's the final day of the final case as in the first Phoenix Wright game. Why did Okay, it's just tracking going funky. So yeah, it's the final case is in the in is in Phoenix Wright. We're on the last day and and why is it still not doing anything? Oh my god, seriously? I really fucking need to get off of VC face. So yeah, final day of the last trial. We're going to do that right until the end. So let us get right to it. Oh what? Rise of the Ashes, final day. He looks wimpy, but you can tell there's a sharp edge under that facade. A bellboy is going to be someone someday. Wish someone would say that about me. Okay, so we learned last time that the L9 the SL9 the, the SL9 incident was connected was the code name for the Joe Dark killings, and that this case is related to that. And apparently Emma was involved in it too. It happened 2 years ago. It was about this time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work, and suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture into my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. You were pretty young back then. It was a traumatic experience, and you admit yourself that you do not even remember what happened. You probably gave the best testimony you could. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that the crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Your Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. And again, traumatic experience. It kind of makes sense. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. Again, traumatic experience. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd be a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time of at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way to your sister's office? Because the detective's offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Anything new about this? It seems everything is somehow related to this incident. What was it labeled again? The SL9 incident? Yes, the name of everyone connected to this trial is listed in here. All that's left is to figure out just what role everyone plays in this case. If we search hard enough, I think we'll find our answers. What exactly did or didn't Lana do? I'm not sure I want to know everything. Lana! Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? Because that's a very easy way for someone who's innocent to get convicted. Yes, in this case, the guy was guilty, but that's not going to always be the case. Not everything is clear cut. But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Anna told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have the right to know, Mr. Wright. He seems frozen in place, cowering under the room's oppressive atmosphere. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence for that case was stolen as well, though I suspected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. Didn't we already confirm that there was a large amount of blood in the evidence room, confirming that that's actually the murder? That's actually the murder, the actual crime scene. Sorry. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of the police back then, but he still worked at the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're a chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Can't Gant's help in the SL9 incident was crucial to this resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Two years ago, I was second in command of the detective was investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation was the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office, as in the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filling some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. And when I returned to my office, I saw their bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck the final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. I can't blame her, after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite the coincidence, I don't buy it. But what are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to the extreme because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely. Guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live with the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business. Yeah, I think this is basic. I gotta see if Angel's here. No one's here today, not even Miss Star. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. No, we proved the opposite, that there was a murder, but it wasn't... oh, wait. No, that's correct. There wasn't a murder at 5:15. The actual murder was earlier. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway on our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. Oh, wait, that was new. That's where we found that note. 221 and SL9, the SL9 incident. A case that was due for transferal on the day of the murder. I never knew that the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Everyone in this case played some part in that incident. This has to be more than just sheer coincidence. And Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out the way, this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Benmina? I should have known my luck get run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogating. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prosecutors head west? Why do inspectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. The Blue Badger is still writhing around today. Oh God, get it away from me. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department is dancing like crazy since the other day. Yeah, this is the same. Look, that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. So I cuffed the lout, right? Then, and you know what he says? What are you, a moron? I'm an undercover agent. Oh man, I hate it when that happens. I guess he wasn't saluting. He was just listening to how his friend messed up. They make a good pair. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, a murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with a broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, the weapon was, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, the possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the LCL9 incident left behind. This plot is somewhat retreading the previous case that was the final case of the GBA version. I gotta admit, because there we were connecting DL6 to the crime Edgeworth was accused of. I know it's supposed to be parallel, but like, it's kind of following the same plot right now, isn't it? If I had a nickel every time an older sister's younger sister became my sidekick, a prosecutor was put in the defendant's share accused of murder, and it was connected to an old case that was about to be put to rest for eternity. I would have 2 nickels. which is not a lot, but it's weird it happened twice. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. Neil Marshall, prosecutor, was murdered 2 years ago when the DL6 incident. Serial killer, SL9 incident, I mean. Serial killer responsible for the SL9 incident 2 years ago was given the death penalty. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close to with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him, too, the commissioner would get suspicious. So they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office. I missed who was reading that entirely. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina. Her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used the falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't even be a patrolman, I wouldn't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. I no longer have to struggle with the cowboy accent that I've been failing at miserably. This place is always pretty empty, but today is today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. Oh. Wrong guy. With the chief prosecutor saying that she had with the chief prosecutor saying that what she did was the decision, what she did, and this with the chief prosecutor saying that she did what she did and the decision about what to do. About Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media that to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. Because this was localized to be in America, you see. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. They're just going to let us do it? Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. That's it! The villain used a time machine! Very clever indeed. That would explain the alibi! Except that goes against the rules of a mystery story. Granted, that particular rule started off pretty racist. The future might not be so far away after all. He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. Wait. Man's be the chief of detectives. He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter. What? Dark Case may have been fabricated? That's what I thought all along. I just never bothered to tell anyone. Now there's a guy who cares about his work. February 24th, Police Department Chief's Office. Just like a big organ right in the middle of the place. Whoa, where am I? In the Chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. And that's real, isn't it? I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Ba. I thought I was. I never could remember where C was. Hmm? Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant. He put that paper that he was reading on in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I had my own hands full, too. With Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. Oh, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's the picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Canteen picture in the courtroom. Photo at the award ceremony of Gant, Lana, and Neil. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. So get the fuck out of my office. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long been since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. We just immediately shut down the office. Didn't even get a chance to look it over. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us to look around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. As for the new evidence... Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe, are you supposed to be in the meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why would you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. I got it! I'm the culprit! Very clever indeed. Who would have thought of multiple personalities? I do need to look up, pal. No, how multiple personality disorder or whatever it's called. I can't remember the official name for it. I think dissociative identity disorder works, but I'm not sure. That's how it actually works. I don't see how else he could have done it. I guess it's time to have my head checked. I think it's way past time for that. What? The police department makes a fatal error? What do I do? Quick, someone bring me the classifieds. Help wanted section. So much for duty. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. I personally say it's because you stick out the wrong way. Stick out in the opposite direction, I should say. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this evidence, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier. There was a while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Stark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never failed to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon? It might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed the man that witnessed. The man that witnessed the accident, and it's going on its own again. Developers, please stop doing this. It seems he was a pretty careless animal. He was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of this questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. I mean, gotta show the badge. I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, am not buying it, pal. You're looking for the case. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, it was a pretty big deal when it was going on, you know. After all, the serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. It couldn't hurt to try. About this. Hey, is that? Hey, Abso, welcome to the stream. How was your day? It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since the case was closed, that knife has been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, that suddenly appeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Well, what was it? Ah, damn it, I forgot. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. It was what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. Knife tip was in the wound. Broken tip was found in the victim's body. Belonged to the murderer, Joe Dark. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Yep. That would be a serious offense because you wouldn't know, because you don't really know who you're giving that evidence to. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would change his, that would make him change his mind. Neil Marshall, 27 male, time of death, February 19th, between 7 and 7:30 p.m. Cause of death, single stab wound piercing the heart lung. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Yeah, we got something new here. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is, and he looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? I can't have you seeing my love letter. I mean, what? The show was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I have to live with the past 2 years with rumors. I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. If you're gonna kiss me, right? I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. I'll distract him. You just distract him, I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it to you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it was your fault. I know the path I've walked, you don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Edgeworth's discarded letter of resignation. He's serious. Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor. He really wrote a resignation letter. Wow, even when resigning, Mr. Edgeworth is cool and concise. Still, it wasn't his fault. Someone has to be held responsible. That's how it is in the grown-up world. Yeah, but that responsibility means nothing if he just quits. Well, not everyone sees it that way. To truly take responsibility, you should have to work the rest of your life for no pay. That's one tough grown-up. That's one tough grown-up world there. Yeah, but the problem is, Anima, people gotta eat. He won such a prestigious award. Why would he just leave it on the couch? Yeah, you think he wanted to show this? You think he wanted to show this thing off more than a Child Steel Samurai? What is it? This is the King of Prosecutors Award, right? Of course it is. You know that. I saw something today that looked like this somewhere. Something that looked like that? Yeah, only different. Now, where was it? She's right. Something's amiss here. Maybe I should show Edward that item. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, and that the evidence was falsified. So the police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, and my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuse I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't help Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Just kiss me already, you asshole! But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw the picture taken around that. We just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but so I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, Just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. So, you may have noticed. Remember when they said the trophy was a little different? This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King Prosecutor's Trophy. Speaking of, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind this design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago, in the Kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slide through any shield or armor. The second was a shield that could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Objection! Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Wasn't the rest of the story was like the merchant replied, "Oh, it doesn't need to be true. It just needs to kill you," or something like that, and he attacked the emperor? Oh, I see. So, the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our true nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part. He had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Chief Gant's behest, giving it its current form. I guess nothing new. I thought maybe there was a comment about about the missing sword. Hold it. I once dreamed of being a defense attorney long ago. What? You wanted to be a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth? Yet a clear path is laid out before me. I have no time to look back on what might have been. Something new. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are a curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked the cow's nipple to discover milk. Was that a thing? Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day that evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, a little scene I happened to witness. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. The incident Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, you can't change what I saw. Roast beef, if it's meant to be savored when eaten, it needs to be cooked first, and that is fucking raw. As far as hatred towards Lana, it all dates back to 2 years ago. The only thing I can give you now is this poppy seed rice set. Talk about cheap. Eat this and maybe you'll be able to tell black from white in court tomorrow. I don't have anything else to tell you, Miss Star. The only thing I can give you now is a poppy seed rice set. Just really trying everything because I think this is the last time I'll actually get to talk to her. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed for him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, although, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the vets were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they would be led by they were led by the legendary duo Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked about how it turned out. You mean with the forging of evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in course was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof of anything illegal. But you don't have proof anything was illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman and were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much of an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? David Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation, and Lana with Lana second in command, they were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? David Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forging evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. The star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 incident, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one would stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean... That's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the prosecutor's office, he could control the If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the chief prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listened to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Well, can't blame me for trying. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files? I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Yeah, so about that resignation letter. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they push him this far! Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusts us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone finds out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no use that I'm already out of the loop. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. Excuse me. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective, thank you. A police department ID card allows access to areas of the PD open to detectives. Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he? Whatever you do, don't say that to his face. Look, his eyes are half shut. Yeah, and his mouth is half open. No, it isn't. Hey, each of his shirt button and is off a notch. Don't tell that. And he's got a narrow end, and he's got the narrow end of his tie in front. What? I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue. If we go there, it's a point of no return. This is our last shot. I honestly don't know. Maybe share a little advice. Yeah, that's just generic, wrong evidence dialogue. Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that with my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. Well, I think let's talk to her first for a change. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was sitting and waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself about our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah. You wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy! Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go like that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. I'm pretty sure we're high enough for that to be a problem, so don't. This is the 15th floor, exactly. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing stuff like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that! These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame left inside, left on the shelf. On the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. This was Lana's desk. So, it sure is tiny. Lana's always been a meticulous... tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone still keeping it clean. Does Lana come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his reward trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. They went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. How much did this fucking cost? I mean, that he couldn't have paid for that out of pocket, right? Occasionally, we hear him playing from the Criminal Affairs Department. I'm sure that helped that helped with the investigations. Ooh, mood music, my favorite. It's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for ringing in their ears. I can see why the police department is so ineffectual. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor, at At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for his window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Yeah, again, how much did this cost? This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? It's rusty like it's from it's rusty like it's from like several centuries ago. Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? Wright and I were on the same wavelength. I promise I don't remember these lines being spoken. What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 more cent of my taxes. That's a crime. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh! Be careful what you say! Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I believe he would have jumped out already if he was. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Evidence list as added to the court record. Ah, darn it. I'm not getting this achievement this playthrough either. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue. Ah, okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know! You want to try my birthday? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. 777-7777. Bingo. What number did he enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 777-7777. The final ID number on that report. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Is there any money in there? How much does it have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. Someone looks familiar. Where have we seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth and a handprint with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove they're relevant and to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. There is something, but one more time. God damn it. Oh no, I don't actually have them. I ran too fast. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. Wasn't it yesterday? It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar the piece of evidence for that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, the fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yeah, that one. And that was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. I'm surprised I have bells to ring. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what the rookie can do. Miss Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Like a glove? There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of the a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this! What is it? The piece you just attached! It's different from the others! There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide the in his safe? Evidence jar from SL9 incident. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. They have blood traces. Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain in here. Looks like blood. This piece the chief had, this piece the chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. But this one's a line. That is odd. I feel a lot better now that this jar is complete, but it only raises another question. What was the piece? What was a piece of it doing in the chief's safe? Of course, he stole it so he could fix it later. More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for anyway? I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. I'm taking every opportunity. Darn it. My legs no work great. I guess I have to do it. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that... that's a great idea, Detective. All right, go to town. Sheesh. Yeah, I accidentally... that was my fault. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Yeah, the strongest prints looks like it's there. Again, just gotta use the whole jar. Because if we leave any small piece of the stupid print and uncovered by this stuff, we have to do it all over again. Match found. No, how can this be? What are Emmett's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints are they? Huh? Oh, it seems like the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they would be Dark's prints. Psst, hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Found in Chief Dant's office. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emmett's fingerprints. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir! Now get out! Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you're the one with without the spiky hair. You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she'd be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. There's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentioning you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Well, before we do that, I need to buy a break. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. When I came back, I saw that there was a message on my phone I missed. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly frightened of? What is this person's name? And conveniently, right on it. Well, Miss Guy? Mr. Wright, you're addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was the second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to confuse If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you need more than just words. Show me the proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. You want proof of Chief Gant's wrongdoings? Here it is. That evidence proves someone is doing something wrong, all right. But it's not the Chief. Who would that be? Why, you, of course. Me? Yes, you seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary. You seem to have the makings of a criminal in you. With all your fallacious accusations. Care to spend tonight in the cell next to mine? If you ask me, you're the scary one. I just found the safe in Chief Gant's in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Why was the cloth not good when we show them both? Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than the Chief himself. Now tell me, what are you taking, and why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty of murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Though I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken. And I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. A murder weapon? You mean the Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, it was, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking and at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes. It seems I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plugged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evident in the Joe Dark case. If the word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened. and ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to the patrolman, Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean not wanting the case to die? He decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card. But it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. I think I missed a bit of evidence. I believe you could have sprayed the evidence room for blood, and you would find blood near Chief Gant's desk. I should have done that. I thought it would have let me do it. This is the defendant lobby, right? But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777-777 ID number is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once that data has been removed from the list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance at finding out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant? Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Edgy, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Yeah, something fishy's going on here. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! Objection! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I'd like you to render a verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant clearly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Objection! One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty of beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at the stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, You want these lips, Gant, but these lips belong to one person only. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With a sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Well then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure gave in fast. If only that would happen with me. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in. He took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable, however. Please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth. What does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. How come he can pull all the strings he wants and get everything without someone just to do? But I have to find evidence all the time. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. 2 years ago, the defendant was the detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under the deputy chief under the deputy chief of police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they share the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room. He fled the room, right? Is there a reason he wasn't restrained in any way? Like, wasn't there even a guard posted or some shit? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be the day he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. That's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was about this time of, it was just about this time of the year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out? Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then the lightning flashed again, and the lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. So you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence was given 2 years ago. But the list of evidence was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once. It seems to have been lost. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man... That must have been a real shock. Even now when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing in that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark and was thrown aside, and I was thrown aside, and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. Alana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can.
Hold it!
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was the second in command out under the deputy chief of police, Gant. I think we read this. Yeah, we read it. Hello. A picture is drawn on the back of the evidence like and it's the match marker. I've got a very bad feeling about this. I think I didn't look at the list.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist as on denying its evidence? Huh? I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order! Order! But Miss Skye, why did you draw this picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed to me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor! Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more. Then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Why is he making that noise? He sounds like a teapot. I believe he is currently in distress. Is something wrong? Do you even need to have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. That thing! That thing that was dancing in the evidence room! Clearly, this is an act of vandalism. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. List of evidence in the DL9 incident. Half of this list was found in Gant's desk. Very well, witness. Will you please verify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright that all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. That's not much to go on. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in our mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? So at the time, you didn't even know as Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked out, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when I saw the lightning. And that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? The bad guy here? That went right back at us. Anyway, this picture... Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives?
Objection!
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well, that's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's clearly a contradiction here.
Hold it!
Ah, darn it.
Objection!
Yeah, so there is kind of a problem here, isn't there?
Objection!
No.
Objection!
Hmm. Hmm. That evidence is irrelevant right now. as written on the tag on the knife. It was the weapon used in the incident 2 years ago and has known many victims. Hmm.
Objection!
Okay, I'm going to start save scumming. I'm certain that the picture it's here on the picture itself.
Hold it! Objection! Objection!
Hmm.
Objection!
Didn't you already pick that? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? Over here. That's a pretty flat-looking knife, don't you think?
Take that!
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. Well, I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not that so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not have yet been broken. Ah! What is the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. What does that mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is one other explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation was and really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the event that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During this questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way to around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't be explained away by a simple observational error. Though 2 years, memories would have faded. Mr. Wright, in that incident, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This picture of the award ceremony. This is a picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award picture Marshall is holding. Alright, I gotta take a food break. You know the drill. I'll extend the stream for however long I'm gone. Give me a bit, guys. Alright, I'm back, and I was gone for about 17 minutes. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order! 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 Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had on was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, the man raising a knife would be this man raising a knife would be Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? This list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. When I saw that man raised his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was a flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual.
Objection!
Try impossible? The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well... Stop, please! Don't pursue this any further! Lana! What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defense's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Emma's recollection.
Hold it!
When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you...
Hold it!
Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked him down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person.
Hold it!
What do you mean by you think? It all happened so fast. I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, and who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. Then what happened next?
Hold it!
Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who brought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't even exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange, and I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. It's the stuff of my nightmares. I saw it in the future. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
Hold it!
His shadow? You mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. Those three creepy horns.
Objection!
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
Objection!
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? What do you suppose... and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really is. What is it Emma saw when that light flashed? Who is this Blue Badger really? I just might know. The Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw this shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it the witness saw in that instant? Please show us the mysterious Blue Badger look-alike. You're not gonna believe this. The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But, Mr. Wright, it doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed, it doesn't. And as it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we changed our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show him the correct angle. I completely missed that. You gotta get this exactly right.
Objection!
Yeah, you see how finicky this is.
Take that!
Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly divine this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. This is so much of an ass pull. No, it can't be! Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime actually is...
Objection!
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's the difference now that we know the witness saw this jar? The location. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where would she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
Objection!
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Objection!
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall didn't take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office.
Objection!
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he shouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana Sky tried to stop the trial. This is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding the knife, who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have been the impact the man would have made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more, If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah. The suit of armor, holding a very sharp, dangerous-looking sword. I think that's a spear. I don't think it's even an accurate spear to the time, actually. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking... Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If the events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, you mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! I never imagined their testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's knife, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove with this evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. If only Maya were here. This has been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another, that's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does this message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name. The murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek: the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Well then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. You're not gonna believe this. This message is left by, this is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Or is he going to speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. Yes, there is a line in here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used his precious few moments left to leave him behind a message. And one that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must be seeped into the. But blood must have been seeped into the jar when where some lines change direction. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No, Mr. Wright. What kind of message did the victim leave for us? It says, if wanting a good time, call. Your Honor, I believe these blood stains and will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim could have written given the circumstances. Ah, darn it. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. And of course, because involuntary manslaughter does not exist in this world for some reason. It's your murder. You're a murderer or you're not. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. The prosecution was still for a serial killing. So no, an innocent man was certainly not sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to secure his conviction.
Objection!
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. He wasn't innocent! How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, 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 order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. All right, we're on the final stretch. And my blunders have been wiped away. Everyone's suffering some amnesia from the first half where they forgot my blunders. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Sorry, checking my phone. I'm looking for a message. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal. You're making me do this again. This is not going to be a shtick every time we meet. Make a detective run around all day while on duty. And on top of it all, you call me here. I've been happier with people at funerals. I am suffering severe deja vu right now. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you. She asked me to give you this if you were. She asked me to give you this to you if you were. If there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this the other day. Yeah, let's know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1: evidence shall be shown without the approval of. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You get to study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law from Miss Sky explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Doesn't look like that book will do any good now, though. Up. We thoroughly look at all evidence. Rules for submitting evidence. And rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Have you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in the prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What else is there left to do? Your credibility has been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. And this guy found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal! You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. You're sounding particularly devious, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Very well. Normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. You see, everyone has been talking, and I completely believe gossip because I have no brain inside my head case. Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. I would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witness. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth its next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Damon Gant. The only right option. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. We should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He should also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. I am this easily manipulated. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. My accent changed. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? But please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant. The court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean in that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. But not giving it at this stage in the game is going to make you look guilty. You understand that, right? Or does that not exist in La La Land, Phoenix Wright Land? What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action then carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slept up. The power outage didn't help either. Again, why wasn't he restrained, or why wasn't there a guard in place? When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seemed Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. My voice changed. If the police chief has the right to refuse testimony, then I better hit him hard and fast. I'm going to test something. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department on that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. We went upstairs, he went upstairs and I went downstairs, I guess you could say. He got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that? The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when that knife went into his heart, though. You are very callous about that. That's not funny. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and the serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them, there were two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known that what her sister had done. How could you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means... You found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really... stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway... So you're saying that the forgery had already been taken, place by the time you arrived at your office. That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you're better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always a smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Okay, so it's definitely here. Yeah, right now I'm staring at that evidence list. Emma is written on the surface in blood.
Objection!
You claimed you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that claim cannot, that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Sky drew her picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then? And that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
Objection!
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops even further. He'll end up paying to work. The bar's already in hell as it is. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Evidence and forgery. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. God damn it. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today as well, you know. All right, G. In return, though, I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Evidence and forgery. I appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Well, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. I don't know. I think Von Karma was up there. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
Objection!
It constitutes hidden evidence. If concealed evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced.
Objection!
And wouldn't that be convenient? Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Mr. Wright. The chief is talking about possibility. So long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however, clever as they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Righto. Think about it. How can you look at me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. I'm sorry I missed that last bit. I think I hit the button too fast. Oh? The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient. Is a sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line and to become the chief of to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief. He was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger. You might wind up being the one pointed at. I'm sorry. I want to try this in a different accent just for the lulz. Be careful where you point that finger. It might just be you who's being pointed at. I don't know if that was any good. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only three people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There are only three people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. I'm sorry. I can't resist. I guess I'm making him Scottish now. Fuck it. There, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do so. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho, 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 ho. That's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Hmm. Hmm. True, you might not help out anyone for your sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. The hamster in my brain has stopped working. That's not what I mean. Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in the light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident and was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But why would he profit from all of this? He would have been able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. You mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he played with puppets? Where is it? Where is it? I use this damn thing so infrequently. There it is. Bad judge. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. The hamster started working again. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my... No. He's Scottish now. Right, oh my boy. You have quite the imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy! You'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest rank officer in our law enforcement agency. He is not above the law. He is not above the law. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? It's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating. And what Mr. Edgeworth said, in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. You made the bed, now lie in it. There's no turning back for us now. Basically what I just said. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. Yeah, I know where we're going. I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Remember, he was the one who asked Edgeworth, hold this. Well, Chief, so long as Wright here is tossing out things regardless of their relevance. Mind if I toss something too, Ajay? This shoe should do nicely. I'll chuck it right at you. You always were quite the joker, weren't you? Oops, looks like I got it wrong. But he was the one who ordered it. Don't oops me. Maybe this boot to the head will knock some sense into you. And thus a meme was born. I know it's hard it's hard with all that's gone during this trial. But try to think back to what had happened in the evidence from 4 days ago. Now that he mentions it, we still have to find something during yesterday's investigation. Something that proves Gant entered that room. Looks like he wants another one of your puts, Ajay. I see. All right then. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777-7777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777-7777. The same as the remaining ID number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. He didn't like that. Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defensive search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright will be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about this use of his about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you enter the room, were you alone? When you enter the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be there with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would that be? I hadn't seen him in days.
Objection!
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. And Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime. Then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim met Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Bringing this back. Submitted to the Chief of Police. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form from you, Chief. To you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. The Chief of Police murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait! The Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes? Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! He was electrified there. I got chills! It's multiplying! Oh no, that's not the right verse. But those power electrifying! I'm old. Chief Gant, you didn't! The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
Objection!
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know? And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's offices after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this your dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the prosecutor's body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue, just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Yeah, I'm just checking if it's exactly the thing I'm thinking of. The ticket stub. Look at that. 3 minutes before 5:15. This is how he moved the Detective Goodman's body. A parking stub. Miles Edgeworth. You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Objection!
You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me why. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation: to transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. There was not a photo of the body being. There was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of of a body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Raito, but I'm having lunch with the district attorney general after this. We have to get going after, and if we're to make it in time for the early bird special.
Objection!
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A chief of police has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse testimony. I've invoked that right now. That just makes you look guilty. You have given the rest of the police force as all the reason to investigate you now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Objection!
So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Guy dispose of his body? Do I have concrete proof? I do, because this was in the muffler. That was in the evidence room, so that wasn't, so that's not it. So it has to be the knife. Present. I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof. As to whether or not it's not enough to as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt, I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? It's evidence for the case. Ah. Because there's nothing else that I have tied to it. Oh, wait. No, I don't think that. I don't think this proves anything. Hold on. Dark Red stains must be blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. The only fragment found in Cheeseman's office was has lines remaining on it. Okay, nothing new. The memo wouldn't be it. There is the handprint, but that doesn't prove anything, does it? And that's the handprint on Marshall's locker, not Gumshoe's. I don't think I have proof yet. I don't have proof yet. There's no use showing evidence I'm not sure of myself. No, Your Honor, at present, I have no conclusive evidence. Serge! In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Wright? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Ajay, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What?
Objection!
Yeah, sometimes you have to, just do... sometimes there's some bullshittery with this game where you're not trying to find... you're not trying to find what the right piece of evidence, but trying to find what the game wants you to find. Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who has the real truth, who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of the conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Kent has evoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right into this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth... the defendant? Miss Lana Skye? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body, in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take on its final recess for the day. Excuse me. In 15 minutes, we'll reconvene. We'll reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court will now be re-something. Hold on! Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen, good Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. Great, just threaten the defendant in front of everyone in the fucking courtroom. Everyone in the fucking courtroom. That will prove innocence verbatim. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such an outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there's no further objections, I'm going to completely ignore the fact that the witness just threatened the defendant right here in the courtroom in front of absolutely everyone and in this court. This court is now in recess. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief. He's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office! No. No, we'll lose more cases that way. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top knot of girl you used to work with. What do you mean, Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Dan's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the Chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits the right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. But Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. It was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. He's an idiot, but he's a good-hearted idiot. Chief Gant may be able to fool anyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be here. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Mr. Wright. It's time to end this. To be continued yet again. We are going to go overtime, but this is the tail end. Trial Ladder 2. This is why this case is so damn long. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? We no longer have to listen to the streamer's garbage Scottish accent. Miss Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you are aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know that what I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motive was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana... If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin the cross-examination. And no more terrible Scottish accents, please. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years? Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana, so that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The Broken Prosecutor Award, Prosecutor Award was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed of. That's the only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh. That was lying on the floor or a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound? And then moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Mr. Wedgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others? Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deducted it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for it was simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. The piece of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do it to keep Emma from looking like a murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. I did. Dark did. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying, so she did it. She did it so it wouldn't be blamed on what I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists that she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she would have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. She's lying, and she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Ah, darn it. I keep forgetting its back button to move back. Yeah, so... You might notice that something's funky here. I think this is where it wants me to go. Ah! God fucking damn it. I hate this case so damn much. Story-wise, it's fine, but god damn it does one leaps in logic.
Objection!
Okay, I was on the wrong thing. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery of the scene where near Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on the jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write this message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah! He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order! Order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth toward where we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. The jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. I couldn't think about what was. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you're the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You're an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. I'm afraid this action of yours revealed what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time then for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. How would, but how could you see with, but how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she is not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. She didn't get them all. One was in Gant's safe.
Objection!
Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals the truth, a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the crime scene. Chief Gantz got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
Objection!
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces were too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking at my dentures, as they were in my looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along, and something whatever. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? Even this witness arrived at when this witness arrived at the scene of the crime, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on. There's no way a name could have been written on the jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying that the person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he? The question is if he did arrive first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can't you answer us that? I am putting you on the witness's stand now. No! Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar. He proceeded and purposefully hit one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterward, isn't it clear what happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. Oh, she drew blood on that one. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. Of course! I was the one who fabricated the evidence! What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, Wright? What do you mean, Wright? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence and linked her to the murder. Sorry. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it was really a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. Wait, to me? What, to me? It's a picture I took at the scene of the crime as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. We did receive something from Lana, though. And we can't do it, yet. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check the evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Yep. And now we look at the actual thing. A low-res picture! This tells us everything! Yeah, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. The other detective saw the crime scene like this. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I conducted criminal affairs only after... I contacted criminal affairs only after I rearranged everything. Crime scene photo from the case 2 years ago. Taken. Mr. Wright. Ah, darn it. Darn it. I keep switching the profiles by mistake. Interesting. Very, very interesting. That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth. If it had fingerprints on it, whoever fingerprint and those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flesh out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin in its cross-examination. Come now, Ajay! This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. She can't. What, now you want to make me out to be now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two of my defense.
Objection!
I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeit your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. What? Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Rato? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall. Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out to be the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. If you try to conceal anything, you will be the one. You will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make a wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? One that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Now, obviously... Darn it, I did it again. We see that the cloth. We see there's a piece missing from his jacket, and we have that piece of cloth. But we have no proof that the two are one and the same, right? We can't prove it, right? This is a handprint, right? Yeah, someone left it behind on the oil stain, behind an oil stain on the fabric. Whoever it was, it must have been the one who, it must have, whoever it was, they must have had one really oily hand. Mr. Wright, think about it scientifically. Huh? A more likely explanation is, the person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over their hand. Well, that would account for this amount of oil, I guess. I don't see what's scientific about it, though. It happens, you know. I always slip on floors at school after they're waxed. Yeah, no, I can't show evidence. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie? Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what it was inside. The conclusive evidence? I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know those fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it? What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest. Notice there's anything odd about the chest area? It looks like a part has been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Wright. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. Then it occurred to me that I could use this situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay, if I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for the murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police. I didn't make the police. I didn't make the police chief. I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. I swear I can read. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of the name, of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood out of all the pieces, off all the pieces.
Objection!
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar too? Oh. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean the piece of cloth? Come on, Wright, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut out off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, Ben Chief, at all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you didn't have any evidence to say. You didn't have any evidence you could. You didn't have. Bleh. Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Wright. You said you should have shown it. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up, her victory is mine. He admitted it's from the cloth. Just in case, though, unless it's something I'm screwing up again, and I gotta present it even later. Your Honor, you do have evidence to present now. All right then, let us see this conclusive evidence. Evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh yes! At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh, you're as slow on the uptake as ever, worthy. What? Think about it. Raito had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever's fingerprints must belong to the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person who these fingerprints belong to is... Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh! You're really something, Wright. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky, you knew those fingerprints were, you knew whose fingerprints were all along, yet you acted like you really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only is this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are obviously right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I believe it is the photo. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with the blood. It's hard to make out with the blood on the vest, though. Exactly my point. And his chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth! Not a single drop of blood on it. Wait! There's no blood on it! Arrgh! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on the cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at the time. No! This is nonsense! Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar of the victim in the victim's blood. A jar they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. Oh, that was closer than I thought. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute my allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Trying one last time. Order, order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convince to convict a suspect. Remember, Ajay? Early old writer here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, writer? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Wording! Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present the evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh is on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Mr. Edgeworth, true. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit it? That you purposely illegally concealed the evidence, this piece of, that you purposely illegally concealed this piece of cloth? Darn it, I did again. I, in fact, did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Ha! So the evidence is illegal?
Objection!
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present, it's not that I didn't present the evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence. No, Ajay! Don't listen to his lies! There's nothing but a coward! You can't really expect... There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence illegal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove that your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. It was, in fact, not. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? I just took... just take one look at the picture and...
Objection!
Sorry, but can you recall when this picture was presented? It was shown only a few moments ago. No! He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value, as evidence, was you, Damon Gant. And thus becomes the crux of Damon Gant's name. His name is the word of... his name, I believe at least, is a play on the word demon. You yourself confess to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's of the victim's vest. Oh yes. No. It was then that you approved of this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved of this cloth. And the only person who could have cut the from the victim's chest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. Oh, he's gone insane. He died. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get me something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insists on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. I'm mixing up my accents. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and he was talking, and he was taking the, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a feeling, and he came, and I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have left more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wire it up. I was worrying so much about the floor that I didn't realize it was my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk. But what's the big deal? Well, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Well, leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all that, in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragment and sent the glove. Yeah. It looks like it was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get him away. I gotta hand it to him. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. I'm pulling that bullshit. I'm pulling out that cliche. I'm betting a dead horse. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring him down once you tried to go it alone. You weren't alone, though. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Ajay. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Ajay. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you'll have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. So, a little bit of justice still in there. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, Your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent, and you no longer have to listen to me shittily doing a Scottish accent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell you everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. And we got a genuine smile. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. We just lifted away from her shoulders. Miss Sky. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. I'm going pure Cinderay. It's not like I care or anything. Baka! Liar. I was worried that the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job. It's not like I care about him, Baka. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examination in the order. It seems like a good self-examination is in order for all of us. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact that you still acted as an accomplice, a trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. I wholeheartedly agree. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Lana Sky, not guilty. This time you really couldn't trick the trickster. That is all. Court is adjourned. February 25th, 5:03 p.m. Defendant lobby number 2. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for murder for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Faith thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. I hope I didn't interrupt anything, pals! Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, to call me here, I've seen happier people at a funeral. Why is this the third time I've said this? Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. I mean, it should be fine. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could do was keeping you from getting wrapped up in all that in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find a way back to our rightful path. And it is from there we can move on toward the brighter future. At least, that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Not in this trilogy. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? I mean, for all I know, she does appear in like she does appear again in one of the future games, but I don't know that. I haven't played those. Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. I wasn't hiding, Baka. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring him down once you try to go it alone. That horrible Scottish accent. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. In order to fight crime, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gamp did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue that's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Erin! And thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream. How was your day? How was your stream? What did you play? Let me give you. Let me take a sec to shout you out. Erin Nova. There we are. Not that anyone's been watching my streams, but there you have it. Hey, Aviendo, welcome to the stream. We're actually just finishing off the first game in the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Stream went well, cool. Damon Canton, your mentor, Manfred von Karma. We're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on your own, I need a weapon. I love this game and the hilarity of the series. Yeah, I played the original series and the great Ace Attorney. I haven't gotten to the other games that they released on PC yet. Those are still quite pricey. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. We finished the main story of Tavern Talk in the process of getting through the DLC. Cool. I do have that. I do have that now. I just don't know when I'm going to play it. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? I don't think I managed to get this one. Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth or I could, had been able to find on our own. Oh, yes. No, wait, I remember what it is. The complete evidence list. We both have half. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. I mean, it did kind of happen by chance. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Wright. Do you take kisses? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I better be going too. Okay. I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. Probably from the same series. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will, even though your voice broke. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Well, yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe the guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. He practically is going to be paying to work at the police department from now on. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What? You think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection!
And that is the end of the first game in the Phoenix Wright trilogy. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she will be pleased to study under her coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days in the prosecutor office. Still, I managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Oh, God, this case. This case is a pain in the ass on a technical level. And then there's that whole thing where you're supposed to withhold the evidence. I didn't get that. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. They overlooked my unauthorized investigation at the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Well, that's what they said. It goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Yeah, I didn't get that the first time I played, because I was under the whole method of, if you have the evidence to present it. It didn't occur to me that I was falling into a trap. And yes, if I presented that evidence, then it's the first time it was brought up. My new mission is to guard the main entrance to take care of... can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner is keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like Dick Gumshoe. Yeah, if you showed that evidence at the time that it was brought up, it would have resulted in a bad end. The only reason I didn't do that was we're over time as is. Yeah. Ew. Get away from me. It died. Yeah, we are so over time right now. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this in for me. She's seeing... Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can't you make sure? Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? I cannot do a cowboy voice, a cowboy accent. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The top layer consists of bitter as defeat. The bottom layer is sweet as victory. Kids even digging into the turnabout. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Yeah, I never did manage to get her to show all her stuff. I need to look up a guide on how to do that. I'll never forget what the young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let me see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he'd been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to. Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Ah, that judge, a complete idiot. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Welcome back, everyone. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. Yeah, so I'm not going to delve into the second game right now. As I mentioned before, I am going to cut back on the streams a little bit. We still got to finish Stella Link, and we're apparently near finishing Hades 2. And once we're doing that, I'm going to be doing... once we finish one of those, I'm going to be doing art streams along with game streams to update my stuff. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on? I forgot what voice I gave him. That case was so long ago. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I see Lana, whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Congrats on beating this game. I have played it a couple of times before, so I knew what to look for. Most of the time, at least. But there were details I forgot. And what's in the book? Aw. Rise from the Ashes. Clear episode 5 of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. I will do the gallery as an extra, but only after we finish the actual trilogy. But unfortunately, we are over time, so we are going to wrap up now. And yeah, also please let me know what you think of of this layout that I have right now. It's still a haphazard layout. I am going to try and make it I am going to try and make a proper layout during the art streams, as well as upgrading my model. Because I want to see what I can do with that. Like just make a singular model that represents both my Metis side and my Hecate side as part of my lore. All right, so let us set up a raid. So let's see. Laria's playing Metaphor Fantasio. Ooh, yeah, we're rating. We're rating. It's an end. We're rating. It's an end. He's playing Final Fantasy VIII. I gotta do Final Fantasy VIII, guys. It's, like I said, it's my first Final Fantasy. All right then. So thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff and you have already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. I upload all my stuff on YouTube. If you're watching on there, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. That helps me too. Oh, and you can also check my socials down there. So next week, we're going down to 2 streams where we'll be doing Fate Stella Link and possibly the end of Hades 2. Since I know the conditions I need to get the true ending for that, now, at least the current ones. And so, I hope to see you there. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. This is Metis Balaska, signing out.